We are missing Libby Adams. If anyone knows where Libby Adams is, we'll get started here shortly, but we do not see her here. Right, we're now ready for our mini showmanship contestants. Come on in. Our mini showmen tonight are Carson Hastings, Brooklyn Wilson, Leah Cummings, Lyric Cummings, Oakley Ball, Hutton Patty, Maya Murphy, Logan Yoder, Cooper Stevens, Crew Graber, Briggs Bullock. These are our young showmen. Let's give them a nice big round of applause.
All right, our Pee Wee showmen out here are doing an excellent job handling these animals. We have a couple of rowdy ones in here, and that's okay, that happens. But these showmen are doing an excellent job keeping up with those animals, hanging on to those animals, and staying out here and sticking with it. So let's go ahead and give them another round of applause for coming out here tonight.
Right. As our many 4-Hers are exiting, we need our Alpine Junior does, our senior kids, to be checked in and coming in here. If we could have the other junior does at ringside, we'll move right into our dairy junior doe classes.
Single entry in this junior alpine class, really stylish though. She tracks around the ring. She tracks up high into those withers. She's showing us beautiful general appearance. She's strong across that top line, long and level from hooks to pins and thorough. And when you get behind this little doe, she's showing us a lot of width between those hocks and up into that escutcheon today.
All right, that was Caitlin Stevens with her senior kid Alpine. She is our only Alpine, so she'll be our champion and come back in for the overall award. We now have our La Mancha kids coming in the ring. Got a single entry.
Another single entry in this class, La Mancha doe, really standing up into that into the wither. She has that smoothness of blending from that neck into that shoulder set. You get your hands on this little doe, and she's shown us openness, rimming, and flatness of bone throughout.
Okay, that was Gabriella Clinton with her La Mancha Junior doe. Now looking for dry yearling. Coming in the ring, exhibited by Caitlin Stevens.
Another single entry, really stylish La Mancha doe. I really like how tall she is up into that front end. She stands very tall up into the withers. That smoothness of blending from that neck into that shoulder set. Again, another doe, when you get your hands on her, she's shown us that openness in the ribbing and flatness of bone throughout. I would like to make her a little bit straighter in the area of the hocks with a little more width between those hocks today.
Okay, we'll now have our junior La Mancha doe back in for picking a champion in reserve La Manchas. That was Caitlin Stevens with her first place dry yearling.
There's a lot of trade-offs between these two does for Grandin Reserve. Today I'm going to use a doe that has a little more into the area of the brisket. As she tracks around the ring, she's a little more level from hooks to pins with more width from throw to throw. She's shown us just a little bit deeper bodied, especially in the area of the heart girth. And so for Grand, I am going to use my dry yearling today. And since she was a single entry, we will come down and use our younger doe for reserve. Again, another very stylish doe. She's just not quite as smoothly blended from that neck into that shoulder set, but she has shown us that levelness across that top line and the strength in those feet and legs today.
Your champion junior La Mancha doe goes to Caitlin Stevens, and reserve goes to Gabriella Clinton. Girls, please keep those close. We'll bring them back in for overall best in show here in a little bit. We now are looking at Class 4, Nigerian Dwarf Senior Kids. Looking for 3 entries.
In this class, Nigerian dwarfs, one placing over to really stylish doe. I really like the smoothness of blending from that neck into that shoulder set. She's shown us the strength and general appearance, a long level top line. Would like to see a little more length from hooks to pins. I will commend our second place doe for that length across the area of the rump. But 1 over 2, she's shown us more angulation into that hind leg. You get behind these two does, she's straighter into the area of the hock, showing us just a little more width up into this scutcheon than we do see on our second place doe. 2 over 3, this doe here, stronger across that top line as she tracks around the ring. She's shown us more length and width from hooks to pins and thurl to thurl, with more depth of body, especially into that rear flank, than we do see on our third place doe. Our third place doe, I commended for her length of body. We're just not quite seeing that body capacity and spring of rib throughout to carry her any higher today.
All right, Class 4, senior kids. First place went to Sinley Birch. Second went to Sinley Birch. And third went to Cameron Barber. Congratulations. We're now looking for our dry yearling class of Nigerian dwarfs. Looking for 6 entries.
All right, took a little bit more time on this class, worked them a little bit more, because a lot of these does, there's a lot of trade-offs from going from each placing. But today I'm going to start off with a really stylish doe at the head of the line. She stands uphill into that front end assembly. She has that smoothness of blending from that neck into that shoulder set. She's probably one of the more open rib does in this class. She's shown us that flatness of bone. When you get behind this doe, she's shown us the most width between those hocks and up into that escutcheon as she tracks around the ring and as she stands naturally than we do see in the does behind her. I am going to yield the length from hooks to pins to the does that stand behind her today. 2 over 3. This placing was a little bit tougher, but today I'm going to go with a doe that's more smoothly blended throughout, especially into that hind leg set than we do see in our third place doe. She's shown us a tremendous amount of depth of body. I would like to see her with less conditioning. She is a little on the heavy side, and it's making her break down in that chine a little bit, but she is standing strong on those feet and legs with a little more width and straightness into the area of the hocks than we do see in the third place doe. Our third place doe, I really like the general appearance of this doe. She's strong across that top line, a very long body, almost too long bodied. I'd like to shorten her up just a little bit. She's not as smoothly blended into that rear leg set as we do see in the does that stand before her, but I really like the angulation into those hind legs on her today. 4 over 5, this doe here, stronger across that top line. She's more level from hooks to pins. She is going to yield the width from thurl to our 5th place doe. Our 5th place doe over our 6th place doe. She's a little bit taller than I would like to see with a Nigerian dwarf. She is on the taller side. I would like to shorten her up to move her higher today, but she has shown us that smoothness of blending in that front end assembly. I really like the depth of body. I would like to see more angulation into that hind leg that we do see in the does that stand before her. Our 6th place doe here at the end of the line, very stylish little doe, not quite as smoothly blended from that neck into that shoulder set, and she's a little bit shorter bodied, but I really like the depth of body on this doe tonight.
All right, that was yearling, dry yearling Nigerian dwarfs. First place went to Ethan Stevens. Second place went to Cadence Birch. Third went to Ethan Stevens. Fourth went to Jayla Dedrick. Fifth went to Cadence Birch. And sixth went to Haley Toy. Congratulations. We'll keep our first and second place animals here in the ring. And we'll bring back in first and second from Class 4. That was Sinley Birch and Sinley Birch. If you'll bring your 2 animals back in, we'll pick our champion in reserve of the Nigerian breed.
We have our lineup out here for our junior Nigerian does. Our 2 first place out here, we're seeing that smoothness of blending from that neck into that shoulder set. We're seeing the levelness across that top line. Overall strength and general appearance, we're seeing the angulation into that hind leg, the strength in the feet and legs, a lot of depth of body, openness of ribbing on these two does. But today I'm going to go with the doe that's showing us just a little more smoothness of blending. She's showing us a little more length, especially from hooks to pins, with more width from throttle, and that will be my yearling at the head of the line for grand tonight. And as we pull her out, we take a look at the doe that stands second to her. Again, I'm going between two does that are showing us the smoothness of blending throughout, especially from that neck into the shoulder set, the extension to the area of the brisket. But I'm going to go with the doe that's showing us more strength and overall dairy strength. She's showing us a little more angulation into that hind leg, especially as she tracks around the ring. So for my reserve, I am going to go with my younger doe tonight.
Right. Your champion, junior Nigerian doe, goes to Ethan Stevens, and reserve went to Cadence Birch. Congratulations. We now have Beaudry Balt in with his intermediate Nubian kid.
Single entry in this Nubian class, really stylish little doe. She's shown us to strengthen overall general appearance, strengthen those feet and legs, strength, levelness across that top line. I would like to see more angulation into that hind leg, drop those hips a little bit, and level her out a little bit more from hooks to pins. But when you get behind this doe, she's showing us a lot of width between those hocks and up into that escutcheon tonight.
Yep, so that was Beaudry Balt with his first place intermediate Nubian kid. Stay at ringside, please, Beaudry, and we'll come back in here shortly. We're now looking for our senior Nubian kids. Looking for 6 entries. Excuse me, 5 entries.
in this class in Nubian does. One placing over two, we do have our smallest doe at the head of the line tonight, but she's the most correct. She has more smoothness of blending from that neck into the shoulder set. She's stronger in general appearance, stronger across that top line, especially in the area of the chine. She levels out more from hooks to pins than we do see in the does that stand behind her, with more smoothness of blending over the area of the rump than we do see in the second place doe. 2/3, this doe here, stronger in general appearance. She's stronger on those feet and legs, straighter into that foreleg with less length into the area of the pastern than we do see in our third place doe. 3/4, this doe here, I am going to commend her for the smoothness of blending over the area of the rump and the length from hooks to pins and the width from thurl. We're just not quite seeing that depth into the heart girth and the strength across that top line and the angulation into those rear legs to place her any higher today. 4/5, this doe here, stronger across that top line, a little bit stronger in those feet and legs. Would like to see more angulation into that hind leg, but she does stand with more width between those hocks and up into that escutcheon than we do see in our fifth place animal. Our fifth place animal at the end of the line, I really like the depth of body on this little doe. She's just not quite showing us the overall smoothness of blending and levelness and strength across the board to move her any higher today.
All right, first place went to Haley Toy. Second went to Jerica Dedrick. Third went to Beaudry Balt. Fourth went to Graham Madison. And fifth went to Cameron Barber. Congratulations. We'll have Beaudry Balt's first place intermediate kid. And then if we could have Haley Toy and Jerica Dedrick back in. We'll pick our champion and reserve Nubian.
All right, we have our lineup out here for our junior Nubian does. Our two first place does. There's a lot of trade-offs between these does. We see the strength in overall general appearance, the levelness across that top line, strength in those feet and legs. We're seeing strengthened dairy character, the long lean necks that blend smoothly into that front end assembly. We're seeing a lot of body capacity on these two, especially for their age. The depth of body, especially into that rear flank and heart girth. But I have one doe out here that really pulls it together. She's showing us the most smoothness of blending from that neck into that shoulder set, more extension to the area of the brisket. When you get behind these does, she's showing us more width between those hocks, more width and cleanliness up into the area of the scutcheon. Would like to see more angulation on her, especially those hind legs. But for today, for Grand, I am going to come down and use my gray doe at the end of the line. And she was a single entry, so as we pull her out, we take a look at our little brown doe here. And though our brown doe is very correct, she's showing us the strength and general appearance, levelness across that top line. We do see that angulation more into that hind leg, so she will be my reserve tonight.
Okay, your champion Nubian junior doe goes to Beaudry Balt with his intermediate kid. Reserve goes to Haley Toy with her senior kid. Congratulations. We'll now start off with Oberhausley intermediate doe.
Single entry in this class, really stylish doe, strong in general appearance. She's shown us the strength and levelness across that top line, especially from hooks to pins as she tracks around the ring. The strength in those feet and legs. She's showing us a lot of body capacity for her age and her size, the openness of that ribbing. And when you get behind her, she's showing us quite a bit of openness up into that escutcheon tonight.
All right, that was Ethan Stevens with his intermediate kid, Oberhausley. Now he has a senior kid.
Another single entry in this Oberhausley class. I really like the smoothness of blending and the dairy strength in this doe, that long lean neck that blends smoothly from that neck into that shoulder set. The levelness across this doe, especially from hooks to pins and thurl to thurl. And we're seeing the strength in the feet and legs. Would like to open her up just a little bit more between those hocks and up into that escutcheon.
That was Ethan Stevens with his first place senior Oberhausley kid. Now he has a dry yearling.
really stylish Oberhausley doe for a single entry tonight. She's showing us the strength and dairy strength, that long, lean neck that blends smoothly from that neck into that shoulder set, the extension to the area of the brisket. When you get your hands on this doe, she's showing us a lot of strength in the overall general appearance. She's showing us the openness of ribbing, the flatness of bone throughout, the body capacity, the depth of body on this doe. When you get behind her, I would like to straighten her out a little bit into those hocks and add just a little more width up into the area of the scutcheon for tonight.
Right, that was Ethan Stevens again with the first place dry yearling. He's going to stay in the ring, and his senior kid and intermediate kid are coming back in for champion and reserve.
We have our lineup out here for our junior Oberhausley does. Tonight, we see does that are showing us the strength across that top line, especially from hooks to pins. We're seeing the width from thurl to thurl. We're seeing quite a bit of depth of body and capacity, especially on our yearling doe. And for that reason, she is going to be my first place. She's more smoothly blended throughout. She's stronger in general appearance, showing us more depth and more spring of rib on her tonight. And since she was a single entry, as we pull her out, we take a look at the does that stand behind her. And again, I'm going to use a doe showing us just a little more smoothness of blending from that neck into that shoulder set, a little more extension to the area of the brisket. She's a little bit straighter in those hind legs, showing us more width in between those hocks and up into that escutcheon. And I am going to come down and use my intermediate doe at the end of the line for my reserve.
All right, Ethan Stevens, dry yearling, was our champion Oberhausley, and the intermediate kid was the reserve champion. We're now looking for Toggenburg kids, looking for entering the senior kid class.
Single entry in this class. I really like the dairy strength on this doe. She's showing us that long, lean neck, the openness of ribbing and flatness of bone. When we get behind this little doe, she's showing us a lot of width between those hocks up into that escutcheon. I would like to see more overall smoothness of blending and more correct head and breed type on this little doe tonight.
All right, that was Jerica Dedrick with your champion Toggenburg. Congratulations. We'll now move into intermediate recorded grade kids. Looking for 4 entries.
In this class, one placing over two, really stylish, bigger body doe to head off the line. She stands tall up into that front end assembly. She's level across that top line, showing us just a little more strength into the area of the chine as we do see in some of the does that stand behind her, as well as when you stand behind this doe, she's shown us more width up into the area of discussion, a little bit straighter in the area of the hocks as she tracks around the ring. 2 over 3, this doe here showing us more smoothness of blending throughout. She ties a little bit better from that neck into the area of the withers than we do see in the does that stand behind her. And when she does want to track around the ring, she tracks just a little bit taller and longer across that top line than we do see in our third place doe. 3 over 4, this doe here, stronger across that top line, levels out a little bit more from hooks to pins, showing us more correct angulation into that hind leg set with more width between those hocks than we do see in our fourth place doe. Our fourth place doe, I admire the depth of body and length of body on this doe. She's just not showing us that smoothness of blending in that front end assembly and that levelness and angulation into that hind leg that we do see in the does that stand ahead of her tonight.
All right, your champion recorded grade went to Caitlin Stevens, as well as the reserve champion. She'll bring those animals back in for overall Supreme Champion Junior Doe. And we'll have Jerica Dedrick back in with her Toggenburg champion, and Ethan Stevens back in with his champion in reserve Oberhasli. And we'll have Beaudry Balt back in with his champion Nubian, and Haley Toy with her reserve. And we'll have Ethan Stevens with his champion Nigerian Dwarf, and Cadence Birch with her reserve champion junior Nigerian Dwarf, and Caitlin Stevens with her champion Alpine, and Caitlin Stevens with her champion La Mancha, and Gabriella Clinton with her reserve champion La Mancha. And we'll choose our Supreme Champion Junior Doe, Dairy Doe.
All right, we have our lineup out here for our best junior doe and show. And as you take a look across down the line at our champions in each breed, we're seeing the strength and overall general appearance. We're seeing the levelness across that top line, especially as they track around the ring. We're seeing the strength in those feet and legs, their overall width between those hocks up into the area of the scutcheon, the springer rib, the flatness of bone throughout. A lot of dairy strength in these in these does, that long lean neck that ties smoothly from that neck into that shoulder set. But there's one doe out here in particular that really pulls it together for me. She's the most level doe out here, especially from hooks to pins. She's shown us the most strength in those feet and legs, tremendous amount of depth of body capacity, but she's still keeping a lot of dairy strength. And so for my overall Grand Junior doe out here, that is going to be my Oberhasler yearling.
Ethan Stevens with his champion, Supreme Champion Junior Dairy Doe, is Oberhasler. He'll bring his second place reserve champion back in.
As we pull in the reserve that stood behind that Oberhasler doe, again, we take a look down the line, and I'm going to go with the doe that's showing us the most correctness. She's showing us the openness of ribbing, the flatness across that top line, especially as she tracks around the ring. She's shown us the strength in those feet and legs. She's shown us a lot of angulation into that hind leg set as she tracks around the ring. And that's going to be my Alpine at the head of the line tonight.
Reserve Supreme Champion Junior Doe goes to Caitlin Stevens with her Alpine. Congratulations. We're now going to move right into our senior show, and we need a 2-year-old Alpine doe.
Does she show sheep or boars? Single entry in this class, really stylish at Alpine Milker. She's shown us the strength in general appearance, the levelness across that top line, the levelness and width from hooks to pins and thurl. When we get to that mammary system, she's shown us that nice globular shape, the evenness between the halves. I would like to see just a little more extension to that forerudder with a little more strength in that forerudder attachment. But she has shown us quite a bit of capacity and bloom to that mammary system tonight.
All right, your champion Alpine goes to Caitlin Stevens. Now looking for La Mancha.
Single entry in our La Mancha class, a doe that's standing strong on those feet and legs, showing us quite a bit of angulation into that hind leg. When you get your hands on her, she's showing us that openness, the ribbing, and flatness of bone throughout. I would like to see more overall strength in the attachment to that mammary system, but I do want to commend her for her capacity today.
All right, that was Gabriella Clinton with her champion La Mancha. Now moving on to our Nigerian dwarfs.
Single entry in our Nigerian doe class, a doe that's shown us a lot of strength in general appearance. She's level across that top line. She really levels out from hooks to pins as she tracks around the ring. She's shown us the strength in those feet and legs. I would like to see just a little more width in between those hocks. Like to see those rear legs just a little bit straighter in the area of the hocks when you watch her walk from behind, and I would like to see just a little more width up into that escutcheon. But overall, she has shown us quite a bit of body capacity today.
All right, that is Haley Toy with her champion Nigerian dwarf senior doe. Our next class is Nubian milkers. Got a 2-year-old from Jerica Dedrick.
Single entry in this Nubian class, really stylish doe. In this class, she's shown us a tremendous amount of body capacity. I would like to see a mammary system on her, especially for her size. But when you watch her walk from behind, she's shown us quite a bit of width between those hocks and up into that area of the escutcheon for tonight.
It's Jerica Dedrick with her first place 2-year-old Nubian. We'll have her back in here in just a minute. We now have our 3 to 5-year-old class with Jayla Dedrick.
Single entry in this class, a doe that's standing strong on those feet and legs, showing us a lot of length of body on her. When you get behind her, she's showing us a lot of width up into the area of the escutcheon. I would like to see more depth of body and body capacity on her, though, tonight.
First place there went to Jayla Dedrick. Jayla, if you'll stay in here, we'll bring Jerica Dedrick back in. We'll pick our champion and reserve champion Nubians.
We have our lineup for our senior Nubian does out here. Tonight I'm going to use a doe that's showing us more body capacity, more depth of body, especially into that rear flank. She's stronger in the area of the chine and across that top line, showing us more width throughout, especially into that escutcheon, and that is going to be my black doe at the end of the line for my grand tonight. And since she was a single entry, I will come up and use my roan doe at the head of the line for my reserve. I admire her length of body and strength in those feet and legs, just not quite showing us that overall depth of body and body capacity on her for her to move any higher tonight.
So your champion Nubian goes to Jerica Dedrick, and reserve champion goes to Jayla Dedrick. Congratulations. Now looking for Oberhasleys.
Single entry in this Oberhasli class, a very powerful doe. She's shown us extension to the area of the brisket, that smoothness of blending from that neck into that shoulder set, the levelness across that top line. She really levels out from hooks to pins as she tracks around the ring. When we get to that mammary system, I would like to see more smoothness of blending to that forerudder attachment with a little more extension to that forerudder. But when you get behind this doe, she's showing us a tremendous amount of width and height up into the area of the scutcheon and evenness between those halves today.
All right, that's Ethan Stevens with his champion Oberhasli. We now have our Toggenburg.
Single entry in this class, a doe that's standing strong in those pasterns. She's shown us a tremendous amount of openness of ribbing and flatness of bone. She's shown us that depth of body, especially into that rear flank. I would like to see more capacity in that mammary system. But when you get behind her, she has shown us the width up into that escutcheon tonight.
All right, your champion Toggenburg goes to Caitlin Stevens. If we'll can keep her out here, and Ethan Stevens, if you'll bring your champion Oberhasli, and Jerica Dedrick, if you'll bring your champion Nubian, and Jay Lee Dedrick, if you'll bring your reserve champion Nubian, and if Haley Toy will bring her Nigerian Dwarf, and Gabriella Clinton, her La Mancha, and Caitlin Stevens, your Alpine. choosing our overall Supreme Champion and Reserve Champion Senior Dairy Doe.
All right, we've got our lineup out here for our best senior dairy doe and show. As we take a look at our champions down the line and our breeds, again, we're seeing does that are level across that top line, level from hooks to pins as they track around the ring. We're seeing does that are standing correct in those feet and legs, showing us a lot of depth of body, angulation into that hind leg set. But there's one doe that's showing us the most overall smoothness of blending. She ties better from that neck into that shoulder set. Sitting on those front legs under her withers just a little bit more than some of the does that stand around her, with a little more extension to that area of the brisket. When we get to the mammary systems, this doe showing us a tremendous amount of width and height up into that rear attachment, and showing us a lot more capacity and bloom into that mammary system. And with that being said, that will be my Oberhausley for my best in show tonight. And as we pull her out, she was a single entry in our Oberhausley classes. And again, I'm going to use a doe that comes down to levelness across that top line, especially from hooks to pins and thurl to thurl. She's shown us more capacity, more bloom into that mammary system, not quite as much width into the area of the rear udder attachment as I would like to see, but she has shown us more capacity, and that will be my Alpine for my reserve tonight.
All right, your champion tonight, on a Supreme Champion on the Senior Doe, goes to Ethan Stevens, and Reserve Champion goes to Caitlin Stevens. Congratulations. We now need our entries in Dam and Daughter in the ring. Mother-daughter. Commercial Junior Bordeaux, please be on deck. Commercial Junior Bordeaux, please be on deck.
We have our mother-daughter class out here, and one placing over to a group that we're seeing a lot of similarities, but we're also seeing a lot of strengths and improvements coming into the daughter than we do see in the dam. We're seeing the levelness across that top line, especially from hooks to pins. We're seeing the openness up into the area of the scutcheon in between those hocks that we're not quite seeing in the groups that stand behind them. 2 over 3, this group is just a little more smoothly blended in the area of the shoulder set. We're seeing more consistency coming down from the dam, the levelness across that top line. We're seeing that angulation into that hind leg set that we're not quite seeing in the group that's standing in third. Our third place group, I want to commend them for their depth of body, especially into that rear flank. We're seeing more angulation into the daughter than we are the dam. We're just not quite seeing as much consistency and improvements into our third place group to move them any higher tonight.
All right, champion in reserve went to Caitlin Stevens, and third went to Gabriella Clinton. Congratulations. We're now ready to move into our commercial junior Bordeaux's. Looking for 10 entries in our 3 to months and under 12 months of age. Looking for Lucas Hastings, Addison Giesler, Lily Cummings, Senley Birch, Cadence Birch, Calvin Myers with 2, Abigail Butcher, Elaine Butcher, and Remy Blue.
In this class of boar does, one placing over to really stylish doe that caught my eye when she came into the ring. She's very balanced doe. She's shown us a lot of width, especially into the area of the chest, and it follows all the way through behind her. I would like to see just a little bit more length of body on this doe, but she is standing pretty solid. 2 over 3, this doe here shown us a tremendous amount of body length. She's shown us a lot of width, especially into the area of the chest that we're not quite seeing the does that stand behind her. She is breaking a little bit behind the area of those withers. I would like to straighten her up just a little bit more, balance her out a little bit more to place her any higher. 3 over 4, very solid doe, not quite seeing as much width into the area of the chest as the does that stand ahead of her. But again, another doe that's very well balanced, a doe that's shown us a lot of width across that top line. Would like to see her just a little more filled out into the area of the rump. 4 over 5, this doe here shown us quite a bit of width into that chest. She's shown us a lot of length of body, just not quite as balanced. I would like to see her just a little more filled out into the point of elbow like we do see in the does that stand ahead of her today. Then we have our 5th place doe over the rest of the class, a doe that is, again, is more filled out, especially into the area of the elbow than we see in the does that stand behind her. She's shown us more strength into the area of the chine, and she's standing on bigger feet, and she's just a bigger bone doe than we see in the does that stand behind her tonight.
Okay, we're moving into Bora does, 12 months and under 24. Our last class results. In this class here, class 22, Remy Blue, the birth date was wrong, so she was in our class 21 there. First place went to Elaine Butcher. Second went to Lily Cummings. Third went to Addison Giesler. Fourth went to Remy Blue. Fifth went to Abigail Butcher. Sixth went to Calvin Myers. Seventh went to Lucas Hastings. Eighth went to Calvin Myers. Ninth went to Sinley Butcher. And 10th went to Cadence Butcher. Congratulations. We're now looking at class 22, which is 12 and under 24 months of age. We have an entry from Lucas Hastings, Faith Fuquay, Lily Cummings, Lane Myers, Caitlin Stevens, and Elaine Butcher.
In this class, one placing over to really stylish doe. I would like to clean her up about that head type, give her some more femininity, lengthen out that neck a little bit more, as we do see in our second place doe. But one placing over to a bigger bone doe, she's sitting on bigger hooves than we do see in the does that stand behind her. She's shown us more width throughout, and she's shown us more shape and fullness into the area of those hips than we do see in the does that stand behind her. 2 over 3, a doe that's just shown us a little more balance. She's stronger in those rear legs, especially in the area of the hocks, and she's a little bit shorter in that pastern, especially those rear pasterns, than we do see in our third place doe. 3 over 4 doe that's shown us a tremendous amount of width and power into that front end. Again, another doe that I would like to clean up that head, give her a little more femininity, especially in the area of that throat, than we do see on our fourth place doe. Our fourth place doe, I am going to commend her for that femininity and that cleanliness and head and breed type to that head. We're just not quite seeing that balance and the strength in the area of the chine to move her any higher today. Our black and tan doe here second from the end. I really admire the overall width in this doe. I really admire the fullness, especially into that hip, that we don't quite see at the doe at the end of the line. The doe at the end of the line, I admire the length of body on her. We're just not quite seeing that overall balance and strength throughout to move her any higher today.
12 and under 24 class results. First place went to Lucas Hastings. Second went to Lane Myers. Third went to Elaine Butcher. Fourth went to Lily Cummings. Fifth went to Faith Fuquay. And sixth went to Caitlin Stevens. Now looking for class 23 commercial does, 24 months of age and older. Got an entry from Sinley Birch. Lane Myers has 2, and Calvin Myers has 1.
In this class of does, one placing over to a really stylish doe. I wish she was just a little bit fuller behind those elbows, deeper into that heart girth than we do see in the doe that is second to her. But she is showing us that femininity about that head, that long neck. She's showing us that levelness across that top line. She's standing on just a little bit bigger of a bone structure than we do see in our second place doe, with more width across that area of the loin than we do see in the does that stand behind her. 2 over 3 a doe that's just a little more balanced. She's showing us more overall width than we do see in the 2 does that stand behind her, especially in the area of the chine. And she's just a little bit fuller in the area of the rump than we do see in our 3rd place doe. 3 over 4 a doe that's showing us just more bone structure and substance. She's showing us more width throughout. And she's just a little more fuller across that top line than we do see in our 4th place doe. Our 4th place doe, I want to commend her for that length of body. We're just not quite seeing that overall width and balance throughout to move her any higher today.
All right. First place went to Lane Myers. Second place went to Lane Myers. Third went to Sanley Birch. And fourth went to Calvin Myers. Congratulations. We now need Lane back in with his first and second place senior Bordeaux there. And we need Lucas Hastings from class 22 and Lane Myers from class 22. Class 21, we need Elaine Butcher, and we need Lily Cummins back in.
We have our lineup out here. These 3 does, our 3 first place does, we have kind of 3 different styles on these does. We have a doe at the head of the line that is showing us that femininity, that cleanliness about that head, just a little bit longer of a neck. She's showing us a lot of balance, a lot of bone structure, a lot of width, especially across that top line. And we have our doe in the center of the ring, a little bit shorter neck, not as clean about that throat and that neck. But she's just showing us a tremendous amount of body capacity. She's showing us a lot of strength in those feet and legs, especially in the area of the pasterns. Then we have our doe at the end of the line, very long-bodied doe, a longer neck. Would like to see her just a little bit cleaner in the area of the throat. A doe that's not quite as full in that front end, especially behind those the point of elbow, as we do see in the does that stand ahead of her. But a doe that, again, is showing us a tremendous amount of width, especially across that loin and into the area of the rump. But today I'm going to go with a doe that really catches my eye every time she comes into the ring. I really like her style. Would like to see a little bit more length on that doe, but that is going to be my younger doe at the head of the line for my grand. As we pull her out, we take a look at the doe that stood second to her. A little bit similar style, not quite as strong in the area of the chine as we do see in our grand champion. But again, I'm going to go with a doe that's shown us a little more fullness throughout. She's showing us just a little more bigger bone structure. She's showing us more width throughout, and that's going to be my doe in the center of the ring tonight for my reserve.
Your grand champion commercial meat doe goes to Lane Butcher. Congratulations. Reserve grand champion commercial meat doe goes to Lucas Hastings. Congratulations. We're now ready to move into class 24. Percentage does under 3 months of age. Looking for 2 entries.
In this class, I'm keeping them how they came in. One placing over to a doe that's deeper into that heart girth, deeper into that brisket than we do see in our second place. And as you feel her across that top line, she's just a little bit fuller across that rump than we do see in our second place doe. Our second place doe, I really commend her for that depth of body. We're just not quite seeing that overall width and balance throughout to place her any higher today.
First place went to Jay Swagler. Second went to Jackson Wagler. Keep those close. You'll be coming back in here. Our next class is class 25, percentage does 3 months and under 6 months of age. Looking for entry from Jackson Wagler, Jace Wagler, Lucas Hastings, Gregory Clinton has 2, Jackson Knapp, Josie Knapp, and Carson Tompkins.
In this class, one placing over to a doe that really upstanding out here. She's shown us a lot of width into that chest floor. She's just a little bit bigger boned. She's a little more balanced than we see in some of the does that stand behind her. 2 over 3, this doe's tied her up into the area of the shoulders. She walks with a little more ease on those hind legs than we do see in our third place doe. Our third place doe, I really like the body capacity on this doe. I would like to see just a little bit more bone size on her, make her a little bit taller, a little bit longer for her to compete with the does that stand ahead of her today. And I would like to tighten her up just a little bit into those withers that we do see in the does that stand ahead of her. 4 over 5, a doe that's shown us just a little more width, especially in the area of the chest and across that top line than we do see in our 5th place doe. Our 5th place doe just a little more balanced throughout than we do see in the black doe that stands behind her. She's stronger across that top line, especially in the area of the loin, or I'm sorry, the area of the chine. She stands with a little more levelness, especially from that loin and into the hip that we don't see in that black doe. Our black doe over our tricolored doe here, she's shown us more width throughout, a little more balance. She's standing on just a little bit more bone structure than we do see in our tricolor doe second to the end. Our tri over our paint doe at the end, just showing us more correctness throughout, more correctness in body structure. She's more level across that top line, showing us more width throughout than we do see in our little doe that's standing at the end of the line. Our little doe standing at the end of the line, I do want to commend her for her body capacity. We're just not quite seeing that size of bone and that overall width throughout to carry her any higher today.
Okay, first place there went to Josie Knepp. Second went to Jackson Knepp. Third went to Jackson Wagler. Fourth went to Chase Wagler. Fifth went to Carson Tompkins. Sixth went to Lucas Hastings. Seventh went to Gregory Clinton. And eighth went to Gregory Clinton. If we can have our first and second place animals back in for percentage junior champion. So we need Josie Knepp and Jackson Knepp back in the ring, please, along with the under 3 months of age class, which was Chase Wagler and Jackson Wagler. If you'll bring your animals back in, we'll choose our champion junior percentage doe and reserve.
We have our lineup out here for our percentage does. These 2 first place does, a lot of trade-offs between these 2. We're seeing the strength in those feet and legs. Our little doe, we're seeing a little more strength, especially in the area of the chine than we do see on our older doe. We're seeing the depth of the body, the width throughout. But tonight I'm going to go with a doe that's shown us just a little more balance. She's deeper, especially into that heart girth behind that elbow. She's deeper into that rear flank with a little more shape throughout. She stands a little more square on those front legs, with those front legs more directly under the withers than we do see in the other doe. And that's going to be my younger doe at the head of the line for my grand tonight. And as we pull her out, we take a look at the doe that stood second to her. And again, I'm going to use a doe that's just a little more balanced. She's bigger boned, she sits a little bit more squarely, and that's going to be my older doe at the end of the line for my reserve tonight.
All right, your champion junior percentage doe with his under 3 months of age percentage doe was Chase Wagler. Reserve champions junior percentage doe with her percentage doe 3 to 6 months of age was Josie Knapp. Congratulations. We're now having our percentage does 16 months and under 20. Come on in. This class, we have 3 entries, one from Addison Hostine, one from Lucas Hastings, and one from Madison Wagler.
In this class, one placing over 2, doe that caught my eye coming in, really stylish doe, showing us a lot of width throughout, very bigger, she's bigger bone doe in this class, sitting on bigger feet than we do see in the does that stand behind her. She's fuller in the area of those withers than we do see in the does that stand behind her. 2 over 3, this doe here. I kind of questioned myself on these two, but 2 over 3, a doe that's just bigger bone structured. She's shown us more width throughout. When you watch these 2 does from behind, she's shown us more width across the area of the rump than we do see in our 3rd place doe. Our 3rd place doe, I admire the length of body on this doe. We're just not quite seeing that overall balance and width throughout to place her any higher today.
All right, first place and champion yearling goes to Addison Hostine. Second, and reserve champion goes to Lucas Hastings. Third went to Madison Wagler. We now have an entry in the percentage doe class, 24 and under 36 months of age. Cadence Birch.
Single entry in this class, I really admire the depth of body on this doe. I would like to see a bigger bone structure on her, which is more width throughout. But again, I do want to admire that depth of body on her for today.
That's our champion percentage doe, 24 to the 36 months of age, Cadence Birch. Cadence, we need her back in the ring, along with Addison Hostein and Lucas Hastings from the yearling class, yearling champions, and then our junior doe champion, Chase Wagler and Josie Knepp. We need your animals back in for choosing of the grand and reserve percentage does.
We have our lineup out here for our percentage does. We have our respective champions in here for our different age groups. And then this first group here, we're seeing the levelness across that top line. We're seeing the strength in those feet and legs. We're seeing a tremendous amount of depth of body. But one doe in particular has shown us quite a bit of width throughout. She's shown us a lot of power, a lot of shape, a lot of fullness throughout, and that's going to be my doe in the center of the ring for my grand champion percentage doe. And as we pull her out, we pull the red doe that stood reserved to her. And again, I'm going to use a doe that's just showing us more levelness across that top line. She's stronger in the area of the chine, sits squarely on those feet and legs. And for her size, she has shown us quite a bit of width throughout. And that is going to be my younger doe at the head of the line for my reserve today.
All right, your grand champion percentage doe goes to Addison Hostein, and reserve grand champion percentage doe goes to Chase Wagler. Congratulations. We're now looking for a first entry in the full-blood class. Full-blood does under 3 months of age. Got a single entry from Gabriella Clinton.
Single entry in this class, a doe that's standing strong on those feet and legs, and the levelness across that top line. Like to just see a little bit more width throughout on her for tonight.
That was Gabriella Clinton with her first place under 3 months of age, full blood. Now we're ready for class 29, looking for an entry from Jackson Wagler, from Jace Wagler, from Addison Hostein, from Lucas Hastings, and from Ty Myers.
In this class of boar does, one placing over two, these two does can kind of go back and forth. Watching them walk from the front, our first place doe paddles out a little bit, but then when you get to the side profile on these does, she's a deeper into that heart girth. She's more filled out behind that elbow. She's stronger in the area of the chine behind those withers than we do see in our second place doe. Our first place doe is just a little bit more balanced, especially into that front end, than we do see in number two. 2/3 doe that's shown us more width throughout. She's bigger bone doe. She's shown us more fullness into the area of the rump than we do see in our third place doe. 3/4 doe that's fuller in the area of the loin. She's shown us more width and length in that loin than we do see in our fourth place doe. 4/5, a bigger bone doe. She's shown us more width into that chest floor, deeper into that heart girth than we do see in our fifth place doe. Our fifth place doe, I want to commend her for her depth of body and strength in feet and legs. We're just not quite seeing that fullness and width and length throughout to move her any higher today.
All right, our class 29 results in our 3 to 6 month of age full blood class. First place went to Jackson Wagler. Second went to Addison Hostein. Third went to Jace Wagler. Fourth went to Lucas Hastings. Ty Myers had fourth, and fifth went to Lucas Hastings. Congratulations. We're now looking for class 30. Full-blood does 6 months and under 9 months of age. Looking for Addison Hostein, Lucas Hastings, Madison Wagler, Sydney Wilson, and Cadence Tompkins.
In this class, one placing over to a doe that's shown us more femininity, cleanliness about that head type. She's shown us more bone structure. She's bigger footed than the does that stand behind her, more balanced throughout than we do see in our second place doe, with more width into that chest floor that follows all the way through into those hips. 2 over 3, this doe here showing us more width. She's fuller behind those withers. I would like to level her out just a little bit into that china. She tracks around the ring, but the doe that's standing with just a little more width throughout than we do see in our third place doe. 3 over 4 doe here. Again, a doe that's shown us more fullness behind those withers. It follows all the way through across that top line and into the area of the rump than we do see in our fourth place doe. 4 over 5, a doe that's deeper bodied, especially into that heart girth than we do see in our fifth place doe. Our fifth place doe, I really like the length of body on this doe. We're just not seeing that overall width and depth of body throughout to move her any higher today.
All right, Class 30 results, full-blood does, 6 to 9 months of age. First place went to Addison Holstein. Second went to Madison Wagler. Third went to Sydney Wilson. Fourth went to Cadence Tompkins. And fifth went to Lucas Hastings. Congratulations. We now have an entry in Class 31, full-blood does, 9 and 12 months of age. If you had a first or second place full-blood in the previous classes, please have them at ringside for choosing of our champion junior doe, full-blood in reserve at the completion of this class.
Single entry in this class, a doe that's standing squarely on those feet and legs. She tracks with ease on those 4 legs, and as you get your hands on her, she's showing us a tremendous amount of width throughout, especially across that top line today.
All right, that was Sydney Wilson. Sydney, if you'll keep your animal here in the ring, please. We'll bring back in Addison Holstein, 6 and under 9 months of age, and Madison Wagler, as well as in Class 29, Jackson Wagler and Addison Holstein, second place animal. If you'll bring those back in, we're going to choose now our champion full-blood junior doe and reserve.
All right, we have our lineup out here for our full-blood junior does. Our 3 first place out here, we're seeing the strength across that top line. We're seeing the strength in those feet and legs. We're seeing bigger hoofed animals in our first place lineup with a lot more width, especially in the area of that chest, and it follows all the way through across that top line and into the area of the rump. But today I'm going to go with a doe that's just a little more balanced throughout. She has shown us quite a bit of depth into that heart girth. I would like to see just a little more depth into that rear flank. But this doe has shown us that femininity about that head, that longer neck on her. And that's going to be my red and white doe in the center of the ring for my grand. And as we pull her out, we take a look at the second place that stood behind her. And again, another doe that's shown us a lot of balance throughout. Wish she was just a little bit longer bodied. But I really admire the length of loin on this doe. She's strong on those feet and legs, showing us a tremendous amount of width throughout. She's standing a little bit fuller in behind those withers. So it kind of comes down to my second place in the middle of the ring, and then my first place at the head of the line. There's a lot of trade-offs between these does, but today I'm going to go with the doe that's just showing us just a little more depth of body throughout, a little more length of body, a little more fullness into that hip, and that's going to be my younger doe at the head of the line tonight for my reserve.
Okay, your full-blood junior doe champion goes to Addison Hostein, and your reserve goes to Jackson Wagler. Congratulations. We're now looking for class 32 in the ring, please. We have 16 and under 20 months of age, full-blood does. We need an entry from Addison Hostein, Lucas Hastings, Remy Blue, Cadence Tompkins, and Elaine Butcher.
In this class, one placing over to a really stylish doe. She's strong across that top line. When you look at her from the front, she's shown us quite a bit of width and cleanliness up into that, from the brisket up into the area of the neck. She's more feminine about that head type than we do see in our second place doe. And from side profile, she's showing us more balance throughout than we do see in the does that stand behind her. 2/3, this doe here is showing us more balance. She's stronger in the area of the chine. She's not breaking down as much behind those withers as we do see in the red doe that stands in 3. 3/4, this doe here is showing us more overall width. She's fuller behind those withers. She's deeper bodied, especially into that rear flank, showing us just a little more shape into the area of the rump than we do see in our 4th place. 4/5, this doe here is deeper into the heart girth. She's shown us more width into that area of the brisket up, and it follows all the way through across that top line into the area of the rump than we do see in our 5th place doe. Our 5th place doe, I admire the length of body and depth of body on this doe. We're just not quite seeing that depth into that heart girth and that width throughout to carry her any higher today.
All right, first place and champion for our full-blood yearling doe class is Addison Hostein. And second and reserve champion went to Remy Blue. Third, Elaine Butcher. Fourth, Lucas Hastings. And fifth, Cadence Tompkins. Congratulations. We're now looking for class 33, full-blood does 36 months of age and older. Gabriella Clinton.
Single entry in this class, a doe that's standing strong on those feet and legs, showing us quite a bit of depth of body. Would like to see just a little more width throughout, especially across that top line. But a doe that, again, has shown us a lot of depth of body and strength in those feet and legs today.
Full-blood doe, 36 months and older, champion goes to Gabriella Clinton. Gabriella, if you'll bring her back in, if we can have Addison Hostein and Remy Blue with their champion and reserve yearling does, and Addison Hostein and Jackson Wagler with their champion and reserve champion full-blood junior does. We'll choose our overall grand champion full-blood doe in reserve. If you have a mother-daughter animal class, please be getting those ready. Mother-daughters at ringside, please.
We have our lineup out here for our grand and reserve grand full-blood does. In our first place, our respective champions out here, we're seeing the levelness across that top line. We're seeing strength in the feet and legs, quite a bit of depth of body throughout. On our doe here towards the end of the line, we're seeing a tremendous amount of width into that chest floor, and it follows all the way through across that top line and across the area of the rump and into the hind leg, and that, for those reasons, she will be my grand today. And as we pull her out, we take a look at the doe that stood second to her. And again, I'm going to use a doe that's shown us quite a bit of width throughout, especially across that top line. She's showing us more length and width across the area of the rump. A little bit bigger bone doe, showing us a little more balance. And I'm going to stay within that class for my reserve today.
Right, your overall full-blood Grand champion goes to Addison Holstein from that yearling class, and that same class, reserve. And second place there was Remy Blue. She'll be your reserve grand champion. Congratulations. We now have our dam and daughter classes coming in. Addison Holstein, you have 2. Gabriella Clinton has 2. Cinley Birch has 1. Gregory Clinton has 1. And Calvin Myers has 1. Derry Weathers, class 35, please be on deck. Derry Weathers.
move them any higher tonight.
All right, your grand champion, or reserve grand champion, Bora Goat Dam and Daughter, goes to Addison Hostein. Third in that class goes to Gabriella Clinton. Fourth went to Calvin Myers. Fifth went to Gregory Clinton. Sixth went to Senley Birch. Congratulations. We're now going to move on to our weather show, starting with Dairy Weathers, class 35.
In this weather class, one placing over two, I am going to grant our second place weather for the levelness from hooks to pins, but 1/2, this weather here, as he tracks around the ring, he levels out a little bit more, but when you get your hands on him, that's where he kind of makes a difference. He's shown us just a little bit more muscle mass across that area of the loin, and especially into that hind leg that we're not quite seeing in the alpine weathers that stand behind him. 2/3, this weather here has shown us more structural correctness. He's stronger across that top line, showing us just a little bit more length into the area of the loin, and a little more angulation into that hind leg, just a little bit more muscle mass across that area of the rump than we do see in our third place weather. Our third place weather, I do want to commend him for the length of body and strength in those feet and legs. We're just not quite seeing the overall muscle mass and width throughout to move him any higher today.
All right, Class 36 results. First place there went to Graham Madison. Second went to Cameron Barber. And third went to hey, spell it. I've been saying that name all night. How do I say that? Jerica Dedrick is third in that class. Class 37, we're looking for two from Grant Madison, one from Graham Madison, and Beaudry Balt. Class 37.
In this class, one placing over to a very structurally correct weather here to start off our line. He's very level across that top line, especially from hooks to pins, showing us the angulation into that hind leg. Quite a bit of depth of body on him. And when you get your hands on him, he's showing us that length of loin, and he's showing us quite a bit of muscling across that loin and into that hind leg, though I am going to yield just a little bit more muscle mass to our second place weather. 2/3, this weather here stands a little more correctly on his feet and legs. He's stronger, especially into those rear pasterns than we see in our third place weather. Not quite as level from hooks to pins as we do see in our first place weather today. 3/4, this weather here is more correct across that top line, especially from hooks to pins as he travels around the ring. He's carrying just a little bit more muscle mass into that hind leg than we do see in our fourth place weather. Our fourth place weather, I'm going to commend him for his length of body and length of loin. We're just not quite seeing that muscle mass across that loin or structural correctness to move him any higher today.
All right, first place there goes to Bo Balt. Second, Graham Madison. Third and fourth to Grant Madison. Congratulations. Now looking for class 38. Jayla Dedrick and Bo Balt. You bring your animals in. And if you had first or second in those last three classes, please have them at ringside. We'll choose our overall grand champion after this class.
In this class of weathers, one placing over to more structurally correct weather. He's stronger across that top line, especially from hooks to pins. He's more filled out across that top line, especially across that loin, showing us more muscle definition, especially into that hind leg. He's showing us more shape into that hind leg than we do see in our second place weather. Our second place weather, and I'm going to commend him for his length of body and strength in those feet and legs. We're just not quite seeing that overall width and muscle mass to move him any higher today.
All righty, first place there went to Bo Balt, and second went to Jayla Dedrick. If you'll keep your animals here in the ring. And we need class 37, Bo Balt's first place animal, and Graham Madison, second place animal. And then class 36, we need Graham Madison's first place animal, and Cameron Barber's second place animal. In class 35, we need Haley Toy and Gabriella Clinton. Please be bringing our market does up at ringside, please. We'll be showing them next, market does.
All right, we have our lineup out here for our Grand and Reserve dairy weathers. As we take a look down the line at our first place weathers, we're seeing the structural correctness. We're seeing strength in those feet and legs, level across that top line. When you get your hands on these weathers, we're seeing that muscle definition across, especially that loin, and we're seeing that muscle definition into that hind leg. But there's one weather out here overall that's just more structurally correct, carrying more muscle mass, and still standing correct, and that's going to be my heavier weather at the head of the line for my grand champion. You can go ahead and pull him out. And as we pull him out and take a look at the weather that stood second to him, again, I'm going to use a weather that's more structurally correct. He's level across that top line, really levels out as he tracks around the ring, stronger on those feet and legs. And again, a weather that's showing us just a little bit more muscle mass, muscle definition into the area of that loin and into that hind leg. And I'm going to use my other Nubian weather here towards the head of the line for my reserve tonight.
All right, your grand champion dairy weather goes to our heavyweight, Brody Balt, 67-pound weather and reserve. The 92.6-pound weather. And reserve goes to his class 37 weather. That was 79.8. Congratulations, Brody. Good first year. We're now ready for class 39. Market Does, looking for Caitlin Stevens, Lily Cummings, and Addison Giesler.
In this class of Market Does, we're going to start off with a really strong doe here at the head of the line. Very stylish. She's showing us a lot of width into that chest, width across that top line. When you get your hands on her, she's really solid, but she's keeping that muscle to fat ratio in balance on this little doe. 2/3, this little doe here, again, showing us quite a bit of width across that top line. Another doe that when you get your hands on her, she's more solid, and she's showing us more shape into that, into the area of the rump than we do see in our third place doe. Our third place doe, not quite as balanced, especially into that front end, but I do appreciate her depth of body and her width across that top line.
All right, first place there went to Addison Giesler. Second went to Caitlin Stevens, and third, Lily Cummings. Now looking for class 40. Looking for an entry from Abigail Butcher, Victoria Smith, and Grant Madison.
In this market doe class, one placing over to a more well-balanced doe here to head off the line. She is going to yield the overall width to our second place doe, but she's just shown us more balance throughout. She's stronger up in the area of the chine than we do see in our second place doe. 2 over 3, this doe here shown us more width, especially in the area of that brisket, and it follows through across that top line that we're not quite seeing on that third place doe. Our third place doe, I really admire the length of body on this doe. We're just not quite seeing that overall width throughout to place her any higher tonight.
Right, first place there went to Victoria Smith, second to Grant Madison, and third Abigail Butcher. Victoria, if you'll keep your animal in, and if Grant, you'll bring yours back in. And then in our last class, Addison Giesler and Caitlin Stevens, if you'll bring your animals in, we'll choose our grand champion and reserve grand champion market doe.
Moving our light up here for our market does, our 2 first place does out here, there's quite a bit of difference between the two. We have a doe that's more shapely. She's showing us more muscle definition, especially into the area of that rump and hind leg. And then we have a doe that very well balanced doe, but she's carrying just a little bit more fat on her than what I would like to see in these market does. For those reasons, today, between these 2 does, I think today I'm going to use a doe that's, since they are for market, I'm going to use a doe that's showing just a little bit more muscle definition, more shape into the area of that rump and into that hind leg. I would like to see just a little bit more depth of body on her, but I am going to use my paint doe at the head of the line today for my grand champion market doe. And as we pull her out, we take a look at the doe that stood second to her, a doe that's not quite as well balanced, doesn't quite have that shape into that hind leg in the area of the rump as we do in our other first place doe. And so I'm going to use my other first place doe for my reserve, a very well balanced doe, really deep bodied. When you get your hands on her, she is showing us quite a bit of muscle mass across that top line, just not quite as much as we did see in our grand champion tonight.
Okay, your grand champion market doe went to Addison Giesler, and your reserve grand champion market doe goes to Victoria Madison. Congratulations. We're now looking for market goat wethers. Our first class is 23 to 36.6 pounds. Looking for an entry from Sophie Clinton. Ethan Stevens has 2 entries, and Lane Myers.
in this class of weathers. One placing over to really stylish weather to head off the line. He's shown us quite a bit of width throughout. When you get your hands on him, he's shown us the most muscle definition in the class that we're not quite seeing in the weathers that are standing behind him. 2 over 3, this weather here has shown us more width throughout, just a little more structural correctness than we do see in our 3rd place weather. 3 over 4, this weather here has shown us more width throughout, especially across that top line and into the area of the rump that we're not seeing in our 4th place weather. Our 4th place weather, I do commend him for the length of body and depth of body. We're just not quite seeing that overall width and muscle mass to move him any higher today.
All right, first place there went to Lane Myers. Second went to Ethan Stevens. Third went to Sophie Clinton. And fourth went to Ethan Stevens. We're now looking for Class 42 Market Goat Weathers, 41 to 49 pounds. Entry from Gabriella Clinton, Jackson Wagler, Emma Knepp, Gregory Clinton, Calvin Myers, and Gregory Clinton. Still looking for some entries here. Do we have some more entries coming in? Greg Clinton, we need 2 entries from you here in the ring at this time. Jackson Wagler, we need an entry from you. Jackson Wagler, do you have a 45-pound weather here for this class? Jackson Wagler, do you have a 45-pound? Okay. This is your class.
In this class, one placing over two, close placing between these two, both well-balanced weathers, but today one placing over two, just carrying more muscle definition throughout, especially into that foreleg. When you get your hands on both these guys at the same time, this first place weather is just carrying more definition across the area of the loin than we do feel in our second place. 2 over 3, this weather here is more structurally correct, more balanced. He's carrying more muscle mass across that loin into that hind leg than we do see in our third place weather. 3 over 4, this weather here showing us more width throughout, especially in the area of that chest and across that top line, showing us just a little bit more muscle definition into that hind leg than we do see in our fourth place weather. 4 over 5, more structurally balanced weather than we do see in our fifth place weather, carrying just a little more length into the area of the loin, a little more shape into the rump and in that high leg than we do see in our fifth place weather. Our fifth place weather, I do admire the depth of body on him. We're just not quite seeing that overall width and length throughout to move him any higher today.
Right. First place in that class went to Gabriella Clinton. Second went to Calvin Myers. Third went to Gregory Clinton. Fourth went to Emma Knepp. And fifth went to Gregory Clinton. Now we're looking for class 43, an entry from Remy Blue, Jay Swagler, Ty Myers, Jackson Wagler, and Carson Tompkins. All right, the food stand is going to be open for about another 5 minutes. They have ice cream and drinks left. If anyone wants to cool off with a cold drink or ice cream, feel free to grab some before they shut down for the night.
In this weather class, one placing over two, this weather here has more shape, especially into the area of the rump and that hind leg than we do see in the weathers that stand behind him, carrying just a little bit less fat than we do see in their second place. 2 over 3, this weather here has shown us more overall width throughout, more shape across that top line and into the area of the rump than we do see in number 3. 3 over 4, again, a weather showing us more width across the area of the loin, has more muscle coverage across that loin and into that hind leg than we do see in our fourth place weather. 4 over 5, this weather here, again, a weather that's shown us just a little bit more muscling into that hind leg than we do see in our fifth place weather. Our fifth place weather, not quite as well balanced as we see in some of the weathers that stand before him, and we're not quite seeing that muscle coverage across that top line as we do see in some of the weathers that stand before him today.
First place there went to Jackson Wagler. Second went to Chase Wagler. Third went to Remy Blue. Fourth went to Ty Myers. And fifth went to Carson Tompkins. Congratulations. We're now looking for class 44. Got an entry from Chase Wagler, Cadence Tompkins, Remy Blue, Madison Wagler, and Sydney Wilson.
in this class of weathers. One placing over to really stylish weather, really balanced weather, and you get your hands on him. He's shown us more width throughout, more muscle coverage across the area of the loin and into the rump and deeper into that hind leg than we see in the weathers that stand behind him. 2 over 3, these two, you can go back and forth. One is wider in that chest, the other one's wider in across the area of the rump. But 2 over 3, this one just has a little more muscle coverage across that area of the loin. He's a little bit fuller in the loin than we do see in our third place weather. 3 over 4, more balanced weather here. He's shown us more muscle coverage into that foreleg and deeper into the area of the rump than we do see in our fourth place weather. 4 over 5, this weather here, again, more muscle coverage across the area of the loin. He's shown us more width into that chest floor, though I am going to grant our fifth place weather that muscle mass into that foreleg. We're just not quite seeing that coverage go all the way across that top line and into that hind leg as we do see in some of the weathers that stand before him today.
Right. First place there went to Sydney Wilson. Second place went to Cadence Thompson. Third went to Madison Wagler. Fourth went to Chase Wagler. And fifth went to Remy Blue. Congratulations. We're now looking at Class 45. Coming in the ring here, we have Cadence Tompkins, Sophie Clinton, Madison Wagler, Taylor Ferguson, Lily Cummings, Jackson Knapp, and Abigail Butcher. 72.8 to 83.8 pounds.
In this weather class, one placing over 2, really balanced out weather here to head off the line. He's shown us the correct balance of muscle mass to that fat index. When you get your hands on him, he's solid. He's shown us that correct width and muscle coverage across that top line. He's shown us that shape across the area of the rump, deep into that hind leg that we're not quite seeing in the animals that stand behind him. 2 over 3, another weather that is showing us quite a bit of muscle definition across that top line, coverage across that area of the rump, and deeper into that hind leg. We're just seeing just a little bit too much fat on this weather to place him any higher today, but he brought himself up to that second place. 3 over 4, this weather here shown us more coverage across that top line. He's shown us more width into the area of the rump, more shape into the area of the rump than we do see in our 4th place weather. 4 over 5, again, a weather that's shown us more overall width, especially into that rump. When you get behind these 2 weathers, he's more filled out into that area of the rump than we do see in our 5th place weather. 5 over 6, showing us more width throughout, especially into that chest floor that follows across that top line than we see in our 6th place weather. 6 over 7, this weather here is longer bodied. He's more structurally correct, showing us more width throughout than we see in our animal standing at the end of the line. Our animal standing at the end of the line, I want to commend him for the depth of body and length of body today. We're just not quite seeing that overall width and muscle coverage to carry him any higher today.
All right, first place in that class went to Taylor Ferguson. Second, Abigail Butcher. Third, Cadence Tompkins. Fourth, Lily Cummings. Fifth, Madison Wagler. Sixth, Jackson Knepp. Seventh, Sophie Clinton. Congratulations. We're now looking for class 46 in the ring. Got an entry from Elaine Butcher, Taylor Ferguson, Josie Knepp, and Victoria Smith. If you had a first and second place weather from class 41 through 45, please have them on deck. We'll be choosing our grand champion and reserve grand champion market weather at the completion of this class. all livestock exhibitors. There is a pallet of buckets out here by the show barn, the swine barn that is. If you would, take some buckets home with you tonight. There's a whole pallet there available for all of you. So feel free to grab them on your way home this evening.
In this class of weathers, one placing over to another weather that's really solid in this heavier weight class. As you watch him track around the ring, he doesn't jiggle in the belly like the others do. His fat ratio is on point with that muscle mass. You get your hands on him. He's showing us that nice shape across that top line into that area of the rump and into that hind leg, carrying that muscle definition a lot deeper into the area of that hock than we do see in our second place weather. 2/3. This weather here showing us quite a bit of width into that chest floor. You get your hands on him. He's shown us more width across that top line. And when you get behind these two weathers, he's shown us more width into the area of that rump and those hind legs than we do see in our third place weather, though I am going to commend our third place weather for having just a little bit more muscle deeper into that area of the hock than we do see in our second. 2/3, this weather here showing us more overall width, especially across that loin and into that hind leg set than we do see in our fourth place weather. Our fourth place weather, I really like the length of body on this guy. We're just not quite seeing that muscle coverage and definition throughout to carry him any higher today.
All right, first place went to Taylor Ferguson. Second went to Elaine Butcher. Third went to Victoria Smith. And fourth went to Josie Knepp. If we can have our first and second place animals back in the ring, please. So we're going to need Elaine Butcher from that last class and Taylor Ferguson with her first place animal. Class 45, first place was Taylor Ferguson, and second was Abigail Butcher. In class 44, first place was Sydney Wilson, and second was Cadence Tompkins. In class 43, first place went to Jackson Wagler, and second was Chase Wagler. In class 42, first place was Gabriella Clinton, and second was Calvin Myers. And in class 41, first place went to Lane Myers, and second went to Ethan Stevens.
All right, we have our lineup out here for our Grand and Reserve boar weathers, meat weathers. As we take a look across the lineup, that at our first place weathers, we're seeing quite a bit of width throughout, and we gradually get wider as we get into our heavier weights. Here we're seeing more width into that chest floor, width across that top line. We're seeing more shape into that hind leg and across the area of the rump. We're seeing muscle deeper into that hind leg. But today I'm going to use a weather that he's more balanced. Excuse me, he's more balanced. He's very shapely. You get your hands on him. He's very solid. He's not carrying much fat on him at all. And that's going to be my weather here at the end of the line, my heaviest weight for my Grand today. And as we pull him out, we take a look at the weather that stood second to him, carrying just a little bit more fat on him than what I would like. As he travels around the ring, he falls apart a little bit more than as he's standing there. So again, I'm going to use a weather that, again, is showing us more shape overall. He's showing us more width throughout, especially when it comes across the area of that rump. And I'm going to use my other heavier weight for my reserve today.
All right, your Grand Champion Market Weather goes to Taylor Ferguson, as well as the Reserve Grand Champion Market Weather. Congratulations. Okay, Steve, our first class of showmen are Clover showmen, 3rd to 5th graders. When they're ready, you can send them in.
Okay, let's give these beginner showmen a round of applause tonight. It's been a long night out here in the show ring, so I don't want to overwork them too much because I have been watching them show while they've been out in the regular classes as well. But I went ahead and pulled my top three out. We're going to start off with the young lady at the head of the line as my number one. She pulled herself out with her knowledge. She's very showy. She knows how to show her animal, but I don't necessarily see her when she shows. I see her animal. She's constantly checking her animal, having her animal set up to her best advantage. Her doe is also very well clipped and very well cleaned for having shown all night. So she really brought herself up to that head of the class for tonight. 2 over 3, another showman that does an excellent job. I have watched her show through the regular classes. I have seen her drug by some of these animals, and she keeps coming out. She keeps showing. She keeps handling these animals, and she does an excellent job handling these animals. She is small, but she is mighty, as well as doing an excellent job keeping her animals set up to their best advantages. Her animal's another one that's very well clipped, very well cleaned, and it just came out to where our showman at the head of the line is just a little bit smoother maneuvering that animal around the ring, and it just comes down to working with your animal and your animal wanting to work with you as well. Our third place showman here does an excellent job handling this animal, keeping this animal set up at all times. The young ladies just edged him out on being just a little bit smoother with answers, a little bit smoother maneuvering around the ring, but another showman that did an excellent job. Our 4 showmen that are standing behind them are not placed in any order. All 4 showmen have done an excellent job tonight showing their animals. Just keep practicing those body parts, keep practicing setting up your animal, keeping your animal set up to its best advantage, and practice maneuvering in and out of the ring, or in and out of the side-by-side maneuvers, the lines, that kind of thing. Just keep working on that to make yourself a little bit smoother, a little more graceful with those animals. But overall, these 7 showmen out here have done an excellent job, not only tonight, but in showmanship as well.
Your first place contestant in Clover Showmanship went to Lily Cummings. Second was Abigail Butcher, and third was Chase Wagler. Congratulations. Now looking for junior showmanship contestants.
All right, let's give this showmanship class a round of applause as well. In this class, I went ahead and just pulled my top 2. And again, I'm not going to overwork these kids because it is late, it is tiring. They've worked hard out in the regular classes and battled some of these some bigger does out there, but these 2 pulled themselves to the top pretty quickly, especially this young lady at the head of the line tonight. She does an excellent job handling this animal, as well as the animals that she handled in the regular classes as well. She sets them up to their best advantage. She's constantly checking them. She knows where I'm at, and as she moves around the ring and she moves these animals in and out of the line and out around the ring, she's more smooth about it. She's smoother about it. She's more graceful about these animals, making the animals seem more graceful as well, especially with some of the bigger Bordeaux that she was showing earlier tonight. Our second place showman here, another showman that does an excellent job, not as smooth and not as knowledgeable about the body parts, so continue practicing those body parts for next year as well, but a showman that does an excellent job handling the animals and handling this doe and having her set up at all times as well. Our 3 showmen behind them, again, no particular order. It came down to knowledge, how well you handle these animals and how well you move them around the ring, and that's why the 2 in front of me really pulled themselves to the top of the class tonight.
All right, junior showman, top 1 was Elaine Butcher, followed by Jackson Wagler. Congratulations. We're now looking for our senior showmanship contestants. This is our final class for tonight, our senior showmanship. Let's give our judge a big round of applause, Miss Kelsey Waldbolt, for a job well done tonight. She stuck it out with us, kept right on moving the show. I really appreciate her coming down. She's a longtime goat enthusiast and a goat breeder with her parents from over at Greensburg. Her and her family live just south of Indianapolis. She is a graduate of Western Kentucky University and works for Lilly and Company there in Indianapolis as a researcher. So very involved here in the state of Indiana, and we always get the chance to visit at many of the shows around the state with Kelsey, and really appreciate her having her. Let's give her a nice big round of applause.
All right, let's give our seniors a round of applause out here. I pulled out my top 6, and I wanted to make sure I was good with my top 6. Pulling out this many from our very large class of seniors out here. I'm very impressed to see this many seniors out here competing. A lot of county fairs, you start with bigger numbers, and as the kids get older, you get less and less showmen. So I'm very impressed with the numbers out here in the senior class. Very competitive senior class out here. But I pulled out my top 6. These top 6 kind of brought themselves to the top of how they show, how graceful they move their animals around the ring, how well they show their animals, how well they answer my questions, how knowledgeable they are. And that's kind of where our top showman brought herself up to the top of this class. She's an excellent showman. She shows this animal off, but she doesn't overshow. I don't see her. I see her animal. Every time I watch her, I look at her animal. She draws my attention to her animal and not her, and that's what I want in these showmen. I want you to show your animal but not be seen. It's kind of contradictory in showmanship because you want to be seen. Because I'm watching you, but I want to see your animal. I want to see how well you can show that animal. And this showman brought herself up to the top. She's very smooth with this animal. You can tell she's worked with him. He doesn't fight against her tracking around the ring. He works very well. He sets very nicely. She sets him, and he stays put. She's as well as very knowledgeable about this animal. She's knowledgeable about those body parts. I asked these top 6 showmen, what they like and dislike about their animal, and she's very knowledgeable on that, using correct terminology, being very precise with her reasonings. So she was a very easy top for me in this class. 2 over 3, young gentleman that, again, very easy with his answers, does an excellent job answering my questions. He's showing a doe that works very well with him. You can tell that these two work well together. They've worked outside of the ring. He's probably shown her before, so she's very easy in the show ring. She's very comfortable in the show ring, and that helps. He's very smooth with this animal, maneuvering this animal around the ring. 3 over 4, a showman that's very intense when he shows. Even in the regular classes, he was very intense when he shows, but he doesn't overshow his animals. He shows this doe to her best advantage, as well as being very knowledgeable. When I asked him what he liked and disliked about his animal, he had a very precise answer, very thought-out answer, so I was very impressed with that. For our 4th showman over our 5th showman, again, a showman that does an excellent job handling this doe. You can tell she's worked with this doe. It came down to terminology when giving your answer. You knew the body parts, not the scorecard, which is okay. Just keep practicing those and practicing that terminology when you're asked what you like and dislike about your animal. And what also helps is listening into the confirmation classes, because I also want to know if you were listening to my reasonings about your animal as well, and that kind of gives you a leg up when the showmanship's at the end of the show, because you can hear what the judge likes and dislikes about your animal, what might need to be changed, and so you can use that in your answer in showmanship if you are asked that question. So I also listen for that. Then we have our 5th place showman here that does an excellent job with this weather. Again, a showman that really shows her animals, but doesn't overshow and not quite seen. Just not as smooth maneuvering her animal around the ring. He kind of fought you. Just keep working. If you pick out your showmanship animal, really work with that animal and practice on showmanship, and then just practice those body parts. It really came down to body parts and how smooth you maneuver your animal around the ring. Our 6th place showman here did an excellent job handling her animal, maneuvering her animal around the ring, keeping her cool when her animal wants to act up, but it came down to knowledge of body parts and knowledge about the question that I asked you of what you like and dislike about your animal. It really came down to that. And then we have our showman behind my first lineup here. No particular order. Showmen that did an excellent job showing their animals, just may not be quite as smooth, may not know body parts as well, maneuvering around, showing those animals, not quite setting those animals up to their best advantages at all time, may not know where I'm at all times. But there's definitely room for improvement for everybody. But again, I'm very impressed with this class, a very competitive senior class out here with a large number. So again, let's give all these kids a round of applause for showing tonight. And lasting until about 11:15. So I'm very proud of these kids for hanging in tonight.
All right, some reminders, 6 to noon tomorrow, all livestock not consigned to the sale auction can be released tomorrow. If you do want to be in the auction, be sure you fill out a blue card and turn them in tonight, so we have you on the program for tomorrow, okay? Thank you.